Ah, the Franchouin. Alright, we are live and we have some fun things to do today. First of all, we are going to do that so that I can pull it up. I'm going to start with an animation study, sort of a deal, right? Okay, so I'm late, but there's also a surprise! Look, it's another fidget toy for people to look at. We got the 3D printer going in the background while I'm doing some printing stuff. 7th favorite artist of all time. Well, that's good. I was reading all of the new brain rot drop. Yeah, fidget toy in the background. Let's fucking go. I'm actually surprised. It says it's gonna take 3 hours, but there's only 3 items to print on this plate, so it's already done with 1. The other 2 aren't too bad. We'll see how it goes. What was I reading? I was reading Absolute Manhunter, right? If I was catching up with that. Comics Explained did a pretty good job of having most of it, but it was really nice to be able to like zoom in and look around and look at the art. The fucking Martian Vision Engaged is such a cool fucking concept, and I wish I had a comic book so I could actually do it. I only watched the first. I only read the first 2 comics, right? Because there's 5 out right now. I don't know anything about the 5th episode, 5th comic, because Comics Explained has only done Absolute Martian 3, I think, as in like the latest. I also want to read. I'll probably go back and look at Batman and Superman. Superman, I'm actually less interested in the Superman comic, right? Because it just feels way more depressing than a usual Superman comic, right? It's still really cool. Don't get me wrong, it's still very cool. But it's just like way more depressing because it takes place in a world where everything just fucking sucks, right? And I think the main draw for me for Superman is that he lives in a world where people are mostly good, and through these small encounters of when people are really like not good, you can actually see Superman bring some of that goodness of the world, the general goodness of the world, into this situation that could otherwise be really bad. So that's the general vibe that I'm getting from Absolute Superman. So I'm probably gonna read that one last. I don't know if I want to read Batman next or Flash next. Probably Wonder Woman too, but I haven't seen too much about Wonder Woman, honestly, because she was the first Absolute comic that came out, right? She's the earliest one that I've seen though. Even a year before it came out, it'd be the weakest title. I don't think it's like the weakest, but it's like it's closer to Connor than Superman, right? Batman was the first. Okay, interesting. Because I vaguely remember some lasso bullshit, and that was the first thing I'd seen on it. Sorry, I'm coordinating with a friend about what we're doing tomorrow, since it is my friend's birthday.
Your favorite D&D.
So I want to turn this. Okay, never mind. Let's see, can I download this short instead? I really wish I could download this short. Shorts. Feel so bad for missing these streams. What do you mean? You didn't miss anything. Also, wildly enough, I posted the rose and someone was like, look, it's the bisexual flag. And I was like, I'm sorry, what? I was completely unaware of the fact. It was Ah. Download.
Your favorite D&D.
Can I just...
character.
This is going way faster than... Actually, I should put this in references. The pictures, art studies, animation studies, references. Mostly this is just porn in here at the moment, but we're gonna do this one. Okay, so what I mean by this is, fuck, there's so many windows open on my tab. We're gonna be doing not staying longer. I mean, you're fine. You can always go back and watch the other ones. Okay, so this is the only problem I have with like live streaming as like a method to create entertainment, is that it is not feasible to say, oh yeah, you can just go back and watch the VOD. The answer is like, people can't, right? There's literally so much content coming out that it is not worth your time to watch just like a VOD, right? Because there's so much dead empty space in it, right? The only way to make like content like that viable is to be like, I'll watch when they make a more realistic video of it, like a more edited video of it. Let me share this window. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Yes. We're gonna add another window. We're gonna add more windows. Media player, cool. Alright, so where am I supposed to put this? There's no room. There is no room left. Can you see this? Does this make sense to you? So basically, I'm gonna do some animation warm-ups. I wanna try to do animation warm-ups, right? Since I was doing animated warm-ups anyway. Hey, how's it going, adjacent? Oh, it's you. Never mind. So many windows. So, a lot of people use martial arts stuff for, what's it called? a lot of animation uses martial arts as like warm-up stuff, right? Because people are in motion and it's like, it's a, you know, it tends to be pretty beautiful. That's why they're called performance arts, right? This one's really cool.
Jumping through the air screaming is always a neat way to end a fight with a meteor hammer. However,
this is the one that I'm gonna do. So I want to find out how long that was. What was that? Okay, we have 3 seconds.
Your favorite D&D character.
I want to do this section. So if I can go frame by frame here. What is the command for going frame by frame? Is clipchamp a different thing? Oh, fuck me. Clipchamp's a different thing. Go away! I don't want you. Martial arts are really good at that. Mm-hmm. Someone like you could do that. Do what? Wait. An animation study? Bisexual icon the rose? Okay, so animation studies. I have no idea. I have never done this before, but I know people like Tabuli do animation warm-ups, and I know people like Teleport also do them, right? And I'm trying to get better at animation in general. So we're gonna find out together. First things first, I need to find out how to go frame by frame in Windows Media Player. What is the next frame button? Oh my god, Windows Media Player. Is this not Windows Media Player? This is Windows Media Player. This is from 2002. This is from 3 years ago. This is not what I want. I'm just gonna open this in VLC. I'm sorry. I can't. I'm so bad. I'm so upset. I don't think you realize how much of what I do on Twitch is me making it up as I go along. Yes, there's a lot of theory that goes into it, but a lot of it is like, I've never really done this kind of stuff. So we're gonna see how it works out. We're all gonna be along for the ride. Hooray! Homework session on the server? Yeah, I wouldn't mind. In fact, I was thinking about doing the homework that you posted as like the warm-up. And I was thinking about maybe doing Beast Boy from, not New 52, but what's the latest one that makes him look more like a cartoon character again? The latest comic release. I was gonna do that, but then I was like, nah, I want to do animation warm-up instead. Art studies, animation studies, reference. This is project files. References. It's all porn. It is all porn. That's why I can't share this one in VLC. VLC advanced frame hotkey. Let's fucking go. I love VLC. It's the E key. Let's go. Also control arrow key supposedly. I'm assuming the Q one goes the other direction. At some point VLC will open. Here we go.
Just got a meteor hammer, but how do I describe fight scenes? I got you covered. Your most common and effective work is going to be up spins, down spins, and casts with the intent.
Sorry. Where is the open width? Open width. Here we go. VLC again. That's the wrong one. I didn't want to do that. Holy shit.
Your favorite D&D character just got a meteor hammer, but how do I describe fight scenes? I got
casts? What's a cast? Olympus, I accept this message. Teen Titans Go. I don't think it was Teen Titans Go. Maybe it was just like someone who did some fan art of Beast Boy. but it was really cool. It was like simplified, and it was more of like a shape study than it was. It might have just been some fan art. I thought it was a comic book one, but it might have just been some fan art. I didn't change the title or the tags, and I think that's fine because I don't know if it's gonna work. Why is this not playing?
Your most common and effective work is going to be upspin.
Alright, for some reason this isn't working, so I'm gonna change it to the Windows 10. There we go, perfect. Perfect. Now we got it. Alright, so I know like 3 seconds from the end is when we have it, and if I press Q... What is previous frame button? Nope, W is full screen. Okay, okay, I have done something terrible.
Your favorite D&D character just got a
Okay,
meteor.
that's not the button that I wanted to press.
Your favorite D&D character.
Okay, cool. There's gotta be like tool lists, right? There's gotta be probably in customized interface. Find out. What is the button for it? No, these are all advanced widget, time toolbar, full screen controller. I don't need any of this stuff. Probably in preferences. Okay. Hotkeys. Here we go. Probably close to the other one. E is next frame. Is there not like a previous frame? There is not a previous frame? Oh, this is so ass. Why? Why? Why is there no previous frame button? Maybe it's P.
Your favorite D&D.
Nope, it just restarts
character
it.
just got a meteor hammer, but
Ah! I'm so upset. Control. Nope. Alright. So we gotta find the exact time. 5? I'm probably just gonna set a start time. I can show a stop sign. Video effects, crop. I don't want to crop the top. I want to crop the time. You know what? We're just gonna do it. Watch on YouTube. My goat has yet to get a single win. I have not had a single win today. You're very correct. I can't watch on YouTube because it's a short, and shorts don't let you control frame data. Only regular videos do. So unless you know how to watch it as a regular video, then I don't know how to do that. If you can put, because there sometimes it'll happen where like a short will end up in the regular video format, and then you can control the frame data, sure. But you know, like I can't do that. Tools. I want to do like a cut. I'm just gonna have to throw this in Premiere Pro, aren't I? Apparently what? Alright, that's cool, I guess. I need to make sure that I'm actually streaming. Oh, YouTube or Firefox this side doesn't work. On PC, to go frame by frame, control left right key. Okay. Does that work on shorts? Frame by frame. Let's give it a shot. We'll give it a shot. Yes, frame hopping. Let's give it a shot. What was I doing? I got distracted. This is the video that I'm clicking. Let's see if I can go forward and back. The answer is no. I do full screen. The answer is still no. I can't even control where it is.
Just got a meteor hammer, but how do I describe the fight scenes? I got you covered.
Yes, control does not do jack shit. Can I watch this in a different format? I hit remix. No, I'm not gonna do that. Here's closed captions. Report. Nope. There appears to be no way to do it for shorts. Which is unfortunate, right? So ultimately what I'm going to do, actually, is there a way to go? No, we're just gonna do it in Premiere, I guess. We're just doing it in Premiere Pro. That's how it goes. I have VLC, that's what I'm doing. VLC doesn't have a previous frame button. This is fun though, we're learning. Now, if we have to do this again, we know just to ignore all this shit and go straight to downloading it and putting it on this. That's the media player that supports on PC. VLC, checking it out. Nope. Control backwards does not go back a frame. It goes back 10 seconds to the beginning. Yes. Control resets it to the beginning. No, this is a bad idea. Let's do a new project. Study file. Wait. Fantastic. It's a good thing you guys can't see any of this shit, because it's all not safe for it. Animation studies. References. The ones that are not porn. This one. Oh, that's weird. Why can't I bring the other ones into this? Huh. Okay, so actually only care about some of this video. Okay. Okay, one of these things has gotta be. Alright, here we go. To show you guys my ability to edit videos. Which this is fucking trash because okay, I guess this is how we're doing it. Jank as hell. Fuck me. We're gonna have to do some cutting. Pro. You're gonna be spamming E only to move frame by frame. See, the problem is I'm not doing that. So Yep. I'm sorry. I'm of the person that if I have the better tool, I will just use the better tool. We're gonna add a crop to this. From the left, we need to go like 1,000, don't we? Nope, we're like 1,500. 1,400, 1,500. Cool. Show me. This part's just for you guys so you can see it a little bit easier. 200 from the top. Too much. 50 maybe? No, yeah. And right, we're gonna go 300, I think. 50. And then from the bottom, we're gonna go 600. Looks about right. It's way too much. 500. 450. Probably is gonna be 450. If I had to guess. Okay. So the reason why I'm doing it like this is because it is going to allow me to repeat this motion over and over and over and over again. With looping, I think. I'm pretty sure this should loop. Why didn't it loop? Alright, go to Google. Premiere Pro Play Sequence Looping. Bending is backwards. That's, I don't think that's really true, but there's a fucking, it's literally just like,
okay, I got a couple clips of my timeline that I want to loop. All I need to do is go up to my
This
program monitor and find this little plus sign. Click on it, and then in our button editor, we can find the loop playback button. Once located.
Okay. Okay. Loop playback. I don't know why this is so hard to do. So now this should loop. Yes, okay, cool. And at any point in time, if I need to look at this for reference and stuff and stop it, I'm going to come back. At the moment, it's about 3 frames. I'm not really looking to do more than 12 frames per second, right? Additionally, I'm only really looking to do keyframes and some major in-betweens where it's necessary, right? There'll probably be a lot in the last 30 seconds, which means the last 6 frames are going to have probably full animation. I might even bump it up to 24. AI voice, that actually I don't think was an AI voice video. Ironically enough, I would have to ask Moobs though. If you notice that Pointless has a Ooh, okay, so now, that being said, let's finally get started on some shit. As soon as I take this image that I've made and I've moved it around places. Slowest start to the stream ever of all time. Pharaoh, let my people go. That's all right, but first a duel. I put Dark Magician in attack position. Right. After being quiet and unable to do things forever, we're going to open a new file. Or do I have good question that I should probably answer for myself before that? Because I know I have an animation study. Yes, here it is. So I have a animation study sketchbook, right? And so all this is the exact same thing that I do with Twitch emotes and everything. What is the canvas size on this? Pretty big, cool. And all I do is I treat this like this. It's exactly what it sounds like, right? If it were a real thing, it'd be like a bunch of like animation sheets stapled together, right? So for example, with this one, man, I have this one on my Blue Sky. This is the other artist I was talking about. Maybe I can find that really quick instead of doing the thing that I'm supposed to do. Hold on. Media, it shouldn't be that far back. It was definitely before Easter. Naked dance, naked dance, naked dance, tentacles. There's no way I did it here. Maybe it was before. Might be. Hold on. I think no. Shouldn't have been, right? No, here it is. It was Smekbo. Smekbo is the artist I was talking about. Yeah, okay. So that answers a question that I've been doing for a very long time. The other artist I was talking about when I was talking about Teleport, Abuli, and Smekbo all tend to do like these animation studies that I really want to get into. Yeah, it's just the same tentacle one. I haven't worked on that one at all, which I'm a little disappointed in myself for it, but there's been so much that I've been doing. I'm not going to hold myself, I'm not going to hold it against myself. Okay, so we're going to start with a new animation folder. We're going to actually title this. We're going to go, what? We're going to increase this to 3 frames. And we're going to try to, I don't think I'm going to do anything more with this, but just in case, I'm going to go ahead and put this in a folder. Dimensions? What do you mean dimensions? Dimensions as like how big the sketchbook is. So this is a 3840. So this is a 4K 1:1 ratio, right? 3D printers in the way. Don't worry, we're gonna do something about that. It's in the way up there, right? But we can just do this. Because it's going to be a lot of the same processes as a regular one. So we're just going to do canvas, view, filter, select, layer. Where is it? Canvas, there we go. New window. I'm going to work on this one. And on this side, we're going to have this smaller. So that it's easier to see how everything's kind of flowing together. This is going to be so weird. Why have I done this to myself? I can't believe I've done this. Just gonna get a little bit in the way, but that's not that big of a deal. It's transparent. Okay, cool. So now I'm gonna work on this end over here for when I do the animation stuff, and whatever I draw should end up there. But the important thing that I'm doing here is that this is a high resolution thing, right? Is my thing not working? Oh, it's not turned on. That's why. Okay, cool. Now, with all of this finally being set up, 3K by 3K. No, it's so 4K isn't actually 4,000, right? The canvas is this rectangular space, right? Is my draw space, right? This is 3,840 by 3,840. There is a gap here. This gap space makes it that the total space is 4,224, right? And what that means is when they have like 2K, right? 2K is 1920 by 1080 times 2, right? 4K is the times 2 times 2. So it's not technically exactly 4,000, right? That's if you want to make things look decent and good. So we're going to find out. I'm seeing that for the first 2 seconds, bam, right there, 2 seconds, it's just a walk up, right? So if we have our frame, let's get some setup in the background here. We have Guy with his head. I think this is Bob, if I remember correctly. So this is Bob. He's going to be in our background, right? He's just going to help us frame everything a little bit. And then for animation, we're going to go with a walk up. So the character starts in reference to Bob. He's going to get maybe 10% bigger-ish. So if we want them to be fully this size, right? We want them in perspective to be... This is our walk-up space, right? So this is where our character's gonna be. And they're gonna walk from about this distance back here to about this distance up here. It looks like they take 1, 2, 3 steps, and then they do the thing. 1, 2, right? 1, 2, 3. Hey, if you count the first one as a step, it's more of a positional. They're gonna take 2 steps and they're gonna go. So, first frame is going to be them standing here-ish. Am I drawing sideways? I'm not drawing sideways. Bob is just sideways. So the character is going to start in this position here. We can just do like a rough in. Everything will get better as I keep drawing, right? This is supposed to be my warm-up. So we're just going to do kind of basic gesture sort of stuff. What's the starting pose? And then the fists. And then the rope dart is coming down. How does it start? It starts pretty neutral. Right? We have some connections here. Maybe we want to do the hair a little bit. So their foot starts, and I don't think I really want to measure that much, but it's kind of like this, right? This is this foot starting off to the side in the back. And then this foot coming down here to the side. And then the next step, we're gonna have a regular walk cycle up until, what is our final frame of this walk cycle? It's going to be around 2 seconds, almost exactly 2 seconds. 1, 2. So we're gonna up to here. We're gonna add a new frame. I'm using this previous frame as our guide. Let's take a look at where it's at. It's gonna end with this foot once again in the front. But now it's going to be about this distance away. So we can plant it, give it a little bit of like, this is our final goal. So this is our extreme, one extreme to the other, sort of. We're going extra to extra sort of a deal. Bam, bam. I want to get the position. Because the foot is going to be coming up. Well, not really. Foot is back here at a slant. And the body is going to be just slightly bigger because of the way perspective changes. So we're going to have the head more or less here. Not going to be this much bigger, right? It's just going to be a little bit. The hair is mostly up here. And all this space in between we have to fill with a torso. Where do the arms go in this space? Arms are going to be slightly outwards. as there's going to be some preparation in the entire torso for moving the rope dart upwards. There's some counterbalance happening. And then the arms out like this. Might have made this a bit big, so let's just redo that. That's okay. Honestly, now that we have more or less the sizing, we don't need a ton of this anymore. And the hand is actually going to be slightly off of the hips. It's not even there. Waist is about here. Comes down here. Fists. Elbow. Change in the torso. You're already in the void? No! Proportions are accurate. I'm not worried about proportions when I'm doing this. Removing the torso? How am I removing the torso? I'm just like, I feel like the placement of the foot is more important, and how much the character has grown in height from the previous frame is more like, those are going to be my spacings, right? Once I have this height and this height, I know that more or less this is where the hips are, the waist, which means the rib cage is here, which means the arms come down to here, which means when I bend them in half like this, they're going to be like that. So I know that this arm comes down this. Does this mean you're not thinking about the vanishing point and stuff? I can, right? There is this sense of perspective here and here, right? So that's kind of running in the background. More important for this animation study that I have set out to is I want to just capture the vibe of this animation just like through some keyframes and a couple of in-betweens where necessary for the important. The walk-up is the least important part of this. It's still important because it's a cool part of what's going on here in the gesture, right? But it's more important for me to be able to get the motion of the rope dart coming through. Right? So I'm focusing when I'm doing this animation study more on the motion or the perceived motion. Essentially, does this flow correctly? Yes, exactly, right? Because the most important thing with animation, right? Beyond the principles of animation, beyond did you get the volumes right, beyond the everything, whatever, is did it feel alive, right? That is the primary thing you should always be keeping in mind. But it's also the hardest thing to answer, right? Because feel alive is not an actionable thing, right? Instead of anatomical accuracy or even proper perspective, exactly. It's kind of like, you can think of frames as, if you've ever listened to music and they do like a thing where they go bum, all the way to the top, right? All the notes in between, it doesn't matter if you hit them, right? We only care about the starting and the end notes. As long as we know that there's motion in between, somebody can play some accidental notes or leave out some notes. It doesn't matter, right? This is what a music instructor taught me, right? Don't worry so much about the notes in between. Just get the beginning and the end, because those are the only things that matter. Inception and resolution. Same thing with animation, right? With the rows that I did, the last 6 frames are kind of just not real, and the 4 frames between the stop of the motion and the returning to the standstill is also, I'm trying to figure out which of these volumes. If you go back and watch that section of the VOD, right, it's a lot of me picking out, okay, which of these petals is going to transform into this one. I need to start finding out these places where these masses can eventually turn into this, right? It needs to look more believable that these shapes end up and they're not just like coming out of nowhere, or they're not regressing. And the way you answer the question, does my animation feel alive, is you use the 12 principles of animation to sort of like guess and check. It's like, this is a little bit stiff. Okay, let me see. Am I doing a proper follow through? Am I doing a proper what's it called? Setup? I forget what it's called. It's anticipation, right? Am I doing a proper anticipation? If this feels stiff, it's usually because something is not moving correctly. If it feels jarring, it's usually because I'm missing an in-between or the spacing is wrong for the timing, right? The 12 principles of animation. So these are the 12 principles set down by the 9 old men at Disney, right? They kind of had like a working SOP for how to make something feel alive, right? The Animator's Survival Kit by, I think it's Richard Williams, Dick Williams. No, his name is not Dick. No, I wouldn't call that. The Animator's Survival Guide by Richard Williams is a fantastic book on whether or not, if you want to get into animation. I highly recommend it. I've only read through the first chapter because my brain's small and I can't read very well. Pirate it? Get a PDF, right? Because there's like a million places. If you want to support the author, I think they're still alive. Hold on. I think they're still alive. Richard Williams animation. Yeah, okay. He is unfortunately passed away as of 2019. But he is a fantastic thing, right? Fantastic author. I have the book because for the same reason why I have Color and Light by James Gurney, and as well as The Illusion of Life, which is a book on Disney animation. It's less about I use them and reference them daily. It's more just like if I ever find the time to sit down and be able to read, I want to look at it and understand more of the process. But when I'm doing this animation thing, all I'm doing is I'm trying to get the illusion of life, right? I'm trying to make it feel alive. And that's going to involve me just kind of trying to get the vibe of it, right? And this is not like the worst thing you can do is just is be like, oh, I need to do this and this or whatever, right? It's animation is a lot like regular sketching, right? You're not going to get it right the first time. You're going to go back and change things and fix things and move things around. What's more important is you get something on the page so that you can fix it, right? Is there a reason why you have the mat on there? I'm assuming to add more context to the scene. A little bit. It's also to help me gauge perspective, right? It gives a flat plane to work on, right? I can say, okay, stuff on this side of the frame is going to be more head on. Stuff on this side of the frame is going to be more this way. So when this rope dart, because the rope dart is coming, it's going to have to be like big here and smaller here, right? And then even smaller here. But I want to try to keep this in the same plane as this. So it's one of those like textual, like context things that I put down so that I'll know this sort of thing. Okay, so it looks like the rope dart is pretty much coming back down. At this point. This is actually way higher. Okay, so I got the chest for this wrong. Okay. What's the shoulder looking like? Because I think shoulder's in the right place, because this is higher. But our shoulder needs to be way... This arm is more bent than I thought it was. Because this hand in relation to this hand is about the same height. But it's looking like this. ish. There's a little bit of slack in the line, but not too much. And then there's a little bit more here. Cool. So that's enough for this frame. Why not draw the horizon line? You could do that too, right? But it's one of those things where, like, if I see this line and I see this line, I know the horizon line's here, right? I'm at the point where it's the vibe space gets me close enough to believable that I don't really care so much. And it's not something I'm going to think about personally in a first pass, right? In like a sketch pass. So I'd rather keep the canvas cleaner personally, because I'm doing some of the math in my head to keep the canvas cleaner so that I can see what I'm doing. If you feel like you need the horizon line, you need the horizon line, right? If you can make something and you've proven to yourself, oh, when I have these lines, I can guesstimate where the, like, what is. Like, I kind of know by looking at this character, this pose, if I was to draw a box and it came up to about here, I probably would not see the top of it, right? I'd probably see like this much of it. But it'd be like kind of bang on, right? Let's see if I got close. Got pretty close. Technically the horizon line's here, so I should be looking down at this, but I wasn't looking up at it, you know? So there's something. Ultimately, because I'm doing this study, and I'm focused more about the energy. Energy doesn't care as much for perspective, right? We can always change it and change stuff, right? I'm not really operating on a higher plane of existence, right? It's just the confidence that, hey, if this turns out to be wrong, I know how to identify it and I know how to fix it. And as long as I get like most of the things correct, it doesn't matter too much. So here I'm just gonna look at the walk up. So maybe we'll put like an in-between frame somewhere like here in the middle. We see he's relaxed. We see he's in action. That makes sense to me. Always jump between your frames. Remember, you're trying to guess the motion, and you can't see the motion if you're not in motion, right? What happens in your head still happens. I might be starting the legs a little bit too far apart here. I think so. I think I am starting the legs a little bit too far apart. That is an easy fix. Gets enough of the vibe for me. So where is that first step? Because I kind of want to do that one then. The first step, I'm coming here. So if we just go frame by frame, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. About 12 frames in. So about 6 frames in, more or less. Yeah, if you would need the horizon line, then you need the horizon line, right? There is nothing wrong with writing out the math, right? There is no reason to do the math in your head unless you're trying to keep the paper cleaner, right? Unless you are like, you know the math so well that you don't need to write it, and you've written the math down so much that it kind of just makes the paper harder to read, right? because you can always erase the page later, but in the meantime, if you're writing down the math and it makes it hard to see the numbers, and you don't need to write down the math, you might as well not write down some of the math so that you can write down the math that you do need to keep the numbers cleaner. Make sense? Unless your name is Frankie. No, absolutely not true. Okay, so 12 frames, we have this sort of step, which is about 6 frames in. I want to kind of avoid this sort of, what's it called? In-between style of getting in-betweens like this. But this is, what's it called? This is actually another extreme because we're going from this pose to this pose. And because this is actually functionally the same body pose, all we're doing is moving the there's a slight difference. The head shifts forward. I'm actually going to do a little bit of a cheat here because there's already like a swing forward happening and it's coming back as he puts the foot down. So I'm going to see if I can put it at the extreme instead of having it already moving slightly. But I might not be able to. I might have to just draw it and not get away with it. The head shifts from being down to looking forward. So let's see if we can grab that a little bit. And so the way we do that is we just take some of the frames, shift it upwards. The head is now looking in this direction, which means we see more of the perspective. More of the head is in perspective. You can see I'm getting too caught up in the details right now. So I'm just going to move on, because it doesn't really matter too much to me right now. The other thing is that this arm is actually shifting quite a bit. The foot stays planted, but this lower arm is shifting up. So we want to have this shift be up, not in the same place as the other one, but we want to start drawing some of the perspectives, right? Try to keep the volume best we can. This foot is staying planted. The body angle is shifting forward though. So you're going to want to kind of keep things in this direction. And then from here, we're going to go more down. And this foot is still planted in the same place, so we don't have to worry about changing it. But this one is going to be way more forward. So it's going from, it looks like, to the side. How much does the heel shift? Let's take a look. It goes directly in front of the foot. So the entire body might have to shift this way to the left. But the foot stays relatively the same. So I do want to keep it around the same plane, more or less. Oopsies, wrong one. I forgot I was in the other shift mode. Take out the green, the effect for a little bit. Cool, we have the shift that we want. Let's look at the head. Does it look like it's looking up? What can we change about that? We can do this so it slightly angled it down. Yeah, okay, so now this just the fact that I don't have this bottom hair, right, is making it look like it's more up. So I might just leave that off, especially since this is just like a warm up, right? My toxic trait is thinking I could do this on my first try. You can never do anything on your first try, all right? Anything that looks like it's a first try is usually either practiced or it's the process is so reiterative, or the process is so iterative that it looks like it's all happening at the same time. When in reality, it's just such a the process is so involved in redoing things that you've already done that it's hard to see it as you're doing it a million times. Does that make sense? Because each step feels like you're doing the next step, but it's really just the last step. Okay, so I want this to be swinging upwards. So I want it to be like right here. Yeah. It's starting to feel a little bit off balance. So for the sake of just like keeping things together, shift this slightly this way, see what happens. So it's a little bit more balanced. Yeah. Works for me. Turn the green screen on and see where the last arm is. And let's take a look at where this new arm is. So I don't know how much that arm shifts. Realistically, that arm only moves slightly outwards as a counterbalance for the motion. So we put the foot down and the rope is changing in angle and tension naturally. So it goes from being the bottom of the arch in the middle to the bottom of the arch is over the other leg. So we're taking this bottom arch that was, making it, this is the lowest point now. And it's coming up and over here. And then we're going to take this arm that was kind of all over the place because I didn't verify anything. This is what I mean by sometimes these processes take time. Cool. And all we're doing is we're taking it from there and we're moving it to out here. We're exaggerating the motion a teensy tiny bit. Take a look at what this looks like. Cool, and we'll fill in the arm like that. Alright, that's one extreme done. Let's see. I maybe want to fill out all of the extremes before I take out the timing. There's some stuff going on YouTube. What does off balance mean? So off balance just means this is the character center line, right? If you have the feet are planted here and most of the structure is over here, it feels like it's going to fall over, right? So to put something more in balance, all you can do is take it and shift it slightly this way so that it feels like it's more over the center line of it. Does that make sense? Videos in the corners, something. What's going on? What's with the videos in the corners? And are these other people on screen on Twitch something they're posting? Sorry, this is me. I am bad at paying attention. How's it going, fish? The top left is I'm doing some 3D printing right now. So when that goes off, I need to go and modify that. Do the next one. The other video on the left is the reference we're using for this animation warm-up that we're doing. So when I say off balance, I mean it literally just like looks like the person's off balance. Like they're gonna fall over. Whew, goodness gracious. So, that being said, this is the wrong one. Okay. So there's still a lot of sliding going on here, so we gotta make this look good. So we have a couple of frames in between. Let's find out where the next step is going to be. The next step is going to be... bam, about almost exactly 1 second in. So this is a 30 frame per second animation, so we are going to have to shift stuff around. But about 1 second in, there is the other, technically it's 29 frames, but we're also, where's our art coming from, right? This is going back, and when the foot comes down, it's going to have another frame, right? It's the arc. He's walking with the peaks of the roped art, which actually makes it really convenient. One more comment, sure. So 1 second in, more or less, is when that second step comes. Cool. So we're gonna go to about 1 second in. We're gonna put a new frame in. We're gonna go ahead and open our green light, right? So this foot doesn't move. It's actually going to land here on this green spot. So that's our next anchor point. Because we know that this foot doesn't change again, we're just gonna go ahead and blend these two frames together. Now the leg is going to be in a different place though, because the torso is still going to be up here and this foot is still going to be behind. So we can draw this foot more or less in the same place as where it was. And the torso is going to be somewhere in between both of these places, right? So the head is going to get, you could consider this like an extreme, but it's also kind of an in-between, because I think because of how slow and consistent the walking is, I don't think there's too much of like a, yeah, it's kind of a gradual exact change. So we can literally put the head in the in-between space between these two spaces. And so that'll do a lot of the whole whatever. We also have the head tilting to the left, I think, slightly. Yes. So the head's going to be tilting to the left slightly. We're going to go ahead and guesstimate the volume between these two sizes. We're just going to draw. Just saying you missed it? Wait, what did I miss? What comment did I miss? Ignorance. I feel like I need to have halfway decent gesture to even think about trying animation. No, you're just going to be going back and forth a lot more, right? If you, it's more about volumes, right? So it's like, if you can take whatever you're drawing, right? And break it down into, this is the space. Half of this space is going to be torso and head. And then half of this space is going to be legs, right? You can do the same thing at any height and volume, right? Go halfway. As long as you can like keep the proportions similar, that's pretty much all you really need to do for animation in perspective, right? In perspective. If you want to just do flat 2D animation like they do in a lot of shows where it's just like a side panel puppet show, you don't need that at all, right? And I highly recommend start with like small gestural things, right? Small things like take your hand and turn it into a gun. Where is my handgun animation? Where is my handgun animation? I'm looking through my files. Hold on. Bum, ba-dum, bum. Yeah, here we go. So that it's on Discord, or so that it's on OBS, I'll do a capture of it really quick. So I did this on Fire Alpaca to see if Fire Alpaca is worth doing or whatever, right? So just kind of like try something like this. It's not perfect. And I tried, I was like, you know what? I don't know how I'm going to get it to a thumbs up. So I'm just going to do some fucking crazy whatever. So small little animations like this help you get a feel for what is vibing, what is working, right? Walk cycles and everything are really good too. That is more of a walk cycle is kind of like learning to draw ahead with the Loomis method, right? There's a million ways to do a walk cycle. There's like everyone kind of has a feel for the normal walk cycle, right? The 8-frame walk cycle. So for example, an 8-frame walk cycle, I have some in here. I have a whole bunch actually. Is this going to capture the same way? I don't think it is. Here's an early walk study I've done, right? I don't think this one was on my phone. This is how many frames? I don't know how many frames this is. It looks like it's 4 frames. Maybe 8 frames. But here's another one. This one I did on my phone of like the little character. This is another one I did. This one is not on my phone. This is one I did. This is a 12-frame walk cycle, I believe. This is the one, if you know my Discord, I have this as my animation background. That's fine. Like literally walk cycle is one of those things that it has a step-by-step tutorial. And everything else is just going to be, a walk cycle is really good. There's a lot of moving parts. I don't think that a walk cycle is like I want to get better at drawing volumes sort of study. A walk cycle is kind of like, I've got a feel for a couple of things, but I want to see if I can make this character move kind of a study, right? If you do animation and you're like, I don't like the way this looks at all, go smaller and do something really simple. Turn a can, like turn a cube, turn your hand, right? Simple shapes, right? Go back to the initial stuff of this. Also, I think on my phone. I want to be careful with what I'm doing here. I don't think there's any not safe for work ones in this folder. Yeah. Is this walk cycle is kind of just like a repeating thing that looks like it'll move forward. Back here we have the hand, the bigger one, some tentacle motion stuff. It's meh. I don't like it too much. Fuck. Iago, saying the word fuck. Smekbo. This is the GIF that I have of that one robot thing. This is an animation head I did somebody else's. This one's gonna be not safe for work, so I'm gonna, there you go, zoom past it really quick. This one's the dance doodle that I have for, what's it called? Whatever. Here is Bradwin. He loves you. And this is another beaver walk cycle, right? So these are like some of the studies and stuff that goes into my animation. It's actually not Proto Robbie, that's somebody else's character that they were doing their studies. Anyway, that is what I recommend if you're trying to do like getting into stuff. Do the same thing as Peter Han does, right? And drawing cubes in perspective, rotating them in space on a timeline is going to be the exact same thing as drawing cubes and cylinders on a regular page, right? So you should do that kind of stuff. You're just coping. All right, that being said, let's get back to this. I want the head to have a little bit more of an angle, so I don't need that as much. And I want this to be in between, right? So I'm taking the space in between here and in between here. I am tilting it at the same time though. Trying to use form to my advantage. So I know that because the hair is kind of this shaped in the front and this shaped in perspective, right? I can go ahead and split the difference and make it kind of cube shaped to give me like an assistance when I'm trying to draw something angled, right? So we're using a lot of these primitive shapes to kind of inform the shape of these lines that I'm doing. So I just want to grab really quick, go between here and here. That's too big. The head grew in volume for some reason. I want it to angle shift, but I don't want it to be that tall, you know? And the head is a bit much, or the hair is a bit much. Their hair is quite poofy and round, actually. Ear is a good thing to place. It helps position what's where. It doesn't always have to be visible, but it helps a lot with understanding where the head is. And it's really easily identifiable for people. So it's a good thing to toss in there. Cool. All right, now you've got the head. Now we have the kind of everything else is in the middle, right? We have the head, so we know that the perspective plane for the head is going to be here, right? Kind of in between this foot and the last foot, right? So that's where our torso is going to live in the space that we've created. I know that the last foot is going to stay in the same place. This is going to be mostly in front of it. We're at our 1 second mark. As this angled foot comes up, it's going to be leaning backwards. So we have our cylinder shape. And as we lean it backwards, technically it looks like a rectangle because we're in perspective, right? Rocks in the little box? What? Rocks in the box? This cylinder goes in the back, it's going to look like this, right? So as this angle shapes slightly upwards, we're going to have it just angled slightly. But because the top of the cylinder in perspective is thicker than the bottom of the cylinder, as this turns in perspective, it's actually going to like become more of a rectangle with a weird thing underneath, right? So I don't think I have to worry too much about how big it looks. Cool. Where is the meteor hammer at this point? So let's look at the hand. The hand is rotating from the last frame, about 6 frames in. The hand is way up. Like, it is way up. It went from being the same level as the other hand to being a whole hand up, basically. Depending on where we put it. I'm going to say it's about a whole hand up. So remember, we have our box shape halfway is going to be here-ish. Fine. To enter about halfway through between these two spaces, right? It says equals to sub view. Oh, rocks in the box, yeah. Roxanne, I forgot. The thing that we're supposed to be doing. So in relationship, this is going to be... Let's take a look at the drawing. His hand's going to be in about the same position, which means that it's going to be bigger. Because as something gets closer to us, it gets larger. And I assume, yep. It's not this long. I don't want the rope to be constantly growing in length. Do a little bit of cleanup here and there so I can see what I'm doing. I'm really here, I'm kind of just guesstimating how long it is based on whether or not I think it looks right. Don't doubt your intuition. Just kind of like get really good at getting actionable advice out of your intuition. I think that is the more important lesson than like, oh, always find some logical reason, right? Sometimes if something just looks better to you, it just looks better to you, right? Later on, you'll come back to stuff and you'll be like, oh, why did I ever think that looked good? And that's where the growth happens, right? The growth is changing your perspective and always being open to like adapting and like growing. I think that change happens naturally, right? There's a lot of people like, if you don't tell people, they won't ever know. And it's like, you're right, but it depends on what their goals are. If their goal is to get better at drawing, they'll ask the question, how do I improve this? And if they don't, your advice isn't going to help them because they're not going to take it seriously. Maybe there's people out there that do that, that do take it seriously, right? When someone just comes up to them and tells them, hey, you need to do this different. But most people are pretty confrontational about it. I find anyway. You have a little bit of the hair getting bigger. I don't like these lines I added there. Find it, you'll see how it's faded. The underside is brighter when you turn it around. Stains, but it... Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. Alright, so this hand is going to be much higher up. And it looks like it's still down, in the sense that it's still, what's it called? What direction is the fist facing? Yeah, it's still kind of horizontal with the hand. So it's going to look like this, more or less, because the rope's coming out of this way, and it is going to be back here. Oh, thank you. I always end up singing along to that part. Rush, I almost did a ukulele cover for this song, but then Rush changed his mind because I wasn't very good at it. I think I still have the sheet music around somewhere. Maybe I'll try to play some ukulele for you guys. Not today or right now because I am never going to finish this if I do that, but Alright, where is the rope? The rope is primarily between here and like this. I think the slack is very important because it tells us the motion that both of the arms are taking, right? When it's like this, we know that this hand is either moving forward or this hand is moving back, right? And so when we put that together, we see some motion showing in between these two frames. When we do this, we're relaxing the line a little bit. So even though this hand is coming back up forward, what we're seeing is that this hand is coming up. So maybe if we clean up this hand a teensy tiny bit. I've been robbed, you've been robbed. I did do some 3D printing, right? I actually got some free AutoCAD stuff recently. So I might try to do some AutoCAD things and print them in the background of the stream, just because I think the more things you have happening on the screen, the more people are willing to watch forever. So we're doing a little bit of that by experimenting with how much shit I can shove onto the screen before people get sick of it. No, but the second plate for this is going to have some different colors and stuff. So we'll see how that works. Ultimately, I do gotta end like hard out at 5 because I need to walk my dog and then my cousin's coming by at 6. So I need to do some prepping for cooking and stuff. So we're just gonna do, again, really basic sort of animation, just a couple of frames. And then like the last few seconds, last 30 seconds are where all of the action is going to happen. So I don't know if I want to add one more because this is... Hey, how's it going? Thanks for the follow, Project Winnin. So we have this step. And we have this last step, which we already have a frame for. And then that goes right into the full action. Bam, bam, bam. So there's a lot to break down here. This whole section has a lot to break down. We have all the extremes for the first walk cycle. I don't really want to finish that. Add the Subway Surfers tab. I can't do that. Like, there's degeneracy, and then there's like degeneracy that's not even related to me or what I'm doing. Okay, so first we have some really big extremes here, right? Looking at this now, again, this frame on the 2 seconds, this should be way farther out, right? It should be like this, almost. I could probably stand to make Bob a little bit smaller, I'll be honest. We can always shift him around later if I feel like the distance isn't right. The perspective is definitely not right with this. Something here is not working on the right plane. This one. This is the one that is not working on the plane. Yeah. Okay, so we have our extremes for the walk cycle. I don't know if I want to clean this up a little bit. I think I kind of do, because it's no longer in the vibe with the other one. And I think he has way more of a downturned expression than I had previously put. So I kind of want to fix that up. We want to make sure we're keeping with all the volumes. Make sure the hair is not getting like too big. Which right now the hair is getting too big. The more downturned the head is, the higher up the ear is. It's actually a very dramatic change. So it's really looking down. Compared to like the rest of the frames, the extremes that I have, he is always looking at Bob. So let's take a, let's maybe change this a little bit. I like the first 3 frames that I have, but this one, I want to make sure he's really like zoomed in on, oopsies, really zoomed in on Bob. Okay, that should be good enough, I think. So that means that the ear is in the right place now. The rest of this can kind of get sort of erased, doesn't matter too much. Once we're past this, we can use the big eraser. He's also, the shoulders are still too big, right? Because I want this to lean back. More or less. I'm back. I decided to join the Discord. Hey, welcome back. Hope you like the Discord. Which filaments do I use? Sorry. Right now I'm using just the Bamboo Labs PLA because this is a Bamboo Lab stuff. I got this back when I had a job last year. Still think it's a good investment. I want to use it to print 3D models and sell them, but I have to actually make the 3D models to sell them. Much as it sucks being in chat limbo, I do appreciate you being a lot more focused and streamlined with this animation. Thanks. This is just like study, right? So I'm trying to get this done quick as hell. I'm trying to make sure that the stuff that is important is the stuff that is coming through. The face is getting skinnier. This is lifting up the foot. I don't really want that for this frame. I want here. This is, well, it's just kind of like a warm up, right? I'm gonna try to do this sort of thing, and then we're gonna jump back to making our emote stuff. We gotta finish this emote specifically. That's on the wrong. Put this one over here because it's functionally doing the same thing. We gotta finish. This is the wrong one. I gotta center it again. Oops. Oopsies. Oops. Oopsies. We're gonna finish this emote, hopefully, after this. Hopefully after this. Oopsies. So he's feeling really off balance. I'm wondering why that is. Yeah. It is Roxanne. Why is he feeling off balance? His foot's in the right place. Maybe we shift the foot over. I'm thinking we shift the foot over. Because this is going to be the load-bearing waist, and if we come back through here, it doesn't really affect this too much. Bam, bam, bam. This is a little bit floaty. I'm not as comfortable with that. Maybe I rotated this one a bit too much. He does lean this direction, so I think it's probably fine. Yeah, I'm sure it's probably fine. We want it to be over the center because, well, we want it to be over the right leg because it's doing this. I want this to rotate though a little bit more. So right now it's a bit too close to the body. And it's kind of leading to this effect where it feels really cramped. Right. I understand now. Does not understand? He is stepping over a little bit. What type of job was it? It was just like a job where I would do packaging stuff. So I design like packages for like holding jewelry. Think of like a ring box or something. But it only lasted a year because the company in Texas, right, fairly conservative, just kind of decided we don't really need you after a year. We didn't really have a good idea of what we wanted to hire you for, and you're gone. Bye. I'm not too hung up over it, honestly. It does suck, but it is what it is. I've come to accept the fact that if I didn't get fired from that company, I probably wouldn't do this. Because I'd be like, oh, just when I have more time, I'll do some streaming. When I have more time, I'll do some streaming. So I'm like, no, I have the only time. So we'll see if I can make it last forever. Feels like it's so much farther away. Let's just exaggerate this line a bit. Can we give requests? I am more than happy to help with art questions and stuff, but I am very easily distracted. And if I just like sat down and draw anything somebody wanted me to draw, I would never get anything done. So the best way to get me to draw something for you is to just commission me and pay me. Cool. I make no promises, and I will be distracted by whatever. So, always happy to help if you're trying to draw something and you don't understand why something is or isn't working. More than happy to help. Yeah, absolutely. No problem with that at all. Although if you're trying to sell stuff or do something, we've had some issues recently. So don't. If you're trying to message people privately, make sure you ask them in the Discord first if you can, right? I'm getting too precious with this. So art, I can't make art in the first place. Gargoyle cannot run to the best. That went downhill. No, nonsense. Art is something that anyone can learn. So don't worry about it. If you want to, you can get better. Hello, hello, hello. Why is there two of you? What the hell? No, I think it was just a glitch. Yeah, Carlbot only did one. How to draw Twitch? You keep posting this while I'm streaming, so I can't do that. It's true. Art is a skill. Art is not talent, because there is nothing physically preventing you from drawing better unless you have like a disability, right? All of it is knowledge and muscle memory and training. The only talent that someone could make an argument for is that like Usain Bolt is genetically predisposed to be able to run faster than I can. Like, sure, but I can still become a professional runner if I wanted to. I might not be the best sprinter in the world, but even Usain Bolt, if he lived like I did, since he was like a kid would not be a professional runner. So much of talent is just being obsessed with something to the point where it's the only thing you want to do. I think this could probably be bigger. Maybe this could be smaller. It could probably be smaller. Okay, cool. You can put it in whatever. I'm not super picky. We're not a huge Discord yet, so it doesn't really matter. If it's not safe for work, put it in not safe for work place. If it is not safe for work, or it's not, you can put it in general. You can put it in stream. I feel like the channels are pretty self-explanatory, I guess. If there isn't like a specific name for what you're trying to do, just put it in general. That is my official doctrine. Okay, cool. Where's our next extreme? Do I know Ultra Kill? That's a band, right? Is that a band? Our next extreme is here. And that is 216. So what is it from our frame? I'm assuming it's 16 or 10 frames away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, right? So if it's 10 frames away, that means that we want to go about half, so 5 frames. What is an extreme? Like a keyframe? Pretty much. Yes. Yeah. I think there's like technically a difference, right? So like this is a keyframe. I would not call this an extreme. When I use extreme, I mean like it is the maximum length of this action. I did this art in MS Paint, it's my language, but it's shit. I don't think that's not a very healthy way to talk about your art. So let's kind of get a gauge for how long this entire rest of this thing takes. Extreme there, so that's about another 10 frames away, which is about 5 frames. Actually, yeah, it is just that, huh? This is gonna need a lot of in-betweens. So he pulls the foot up, then he puts the foot down, and then there is like 4 frames afterwards. So there's a little bit of a rest where things go bouncing away. I like that. That's fun. Okay, so it really is just like a 2-frame motion. Art is in. Sure. Let's take a look. Aw. This reminds me of 600 Men. The fucking what is it called? Epic, the musical, right? Has this one animation for 600 Men, which I detest so much, right? Prime Soul of the Seas. It's fun. I think you've got some great use of color and shape to define different forms. So good job. Okay, so we watched this in full time. How does it feel? So realistically, the thing that's moving fast is the rope. The foot isn't moving terribly fast. It just goes up and down. So we can divide these couple frames into 2. So we can go to here. I'm gonna go, yeah. Here, we're gonna add one. Because the foot is more or less in the same place. 500%? Yeah! By the way, just as a heads up, this is an 18 plus stream. It is an 18 plus server. We only have like just 18 plus people. There's a lot, I do a lot of porn and stuff, so people need to be aware of that, I think. It is so meaty, it's so good. Yep, just checking. Just checking, because a lot of people don't like to read. Mm-hmm. So I think the foot is more or less in the same place. I don't have to worry about it. The only thing that changes is the pants move up. There's a slight shift in the foot. I don't think I'm going to implement that. Well, it would look really nice, so we'll just do that. Maybe a slight change in the foot. Okay, so going between these two frames. Yeah, have a nice night, Kit. Hopefully I can finish the rest of it. Oh, wait, you're not going to bed. Ronan's going to bed. Good night, Ronan. Curious on how you'll tackle it. Me too. Honestly, me too. It looks like the head is mostly in the same place. It does rotate slightly to the side, so we can do that. Cool. In relationship of the foot, we're making this sort of a shape, right? Actually, that's not true. We're making... It is well above the hip line. So the foot is going to come out here. Was it ASBS, assigned sleepy by streamer? Okay, this is going to have more or less an arch shape as it comes into this. And then we can have this form coming up. This one's going to be fairly gestural. And we have the head kind of rotating to the side here, slightly. That's the wrong button. Let's take a look at that. Cool. The hair volume is changing a lot, but I think I'd rather change the hair volume everywhere else than I would rather change the hair volume in that one. Yeah, as I continue to go along, the forms are just naturally going to become more and more refined because I'm going to need less and less searching lines to be able to find the shapes that I'm trying to make. Being said, now that I have a lot of these markers in place, I can just draw the form without worrying about it too much. Yoink! I just like that. It's really funny. I'm looking for the shapes that these forms are creating as they fold in, especially in that gap. I'm looking for something that looks similar. So we're looking line here, curve, straight line into this cuff, right? So this negative space right here, I'm looking for that in the reference. Pure race is pure point. What? What do you mean? That's not a thing that people say. I'm still not getting the line that I want here necessarily, so... It's whatever. So the important thing that I want here is that the arm is going to be more or less, or the hand is going to be on par with the foot in the sense that there's a straight line coming from here. And we're going to show tension by the line like being affected. Like the proportion of the line is going to go straight and then down. It looks like it actually changes while we're on the foot. So changing plane. Forearm, forearm, fist, rope handle for the first time. Keeping the same volume. It's going to be actually surprisingly slack between this and this. To eat before you make your skin turn pink. Eat too much and you'll get sick. Shrimps are pretty rich. There's also these like marks for the outfit that they're wearing that I could probably be including that will make it look more basically what it's doing is it's giving context to what and where. So think of it as like perspective lines on the shape, right? If we give them the angle of where the torso is turning, the torso is more likely to look like it's that direction. So here we have them flat 90 degrees because we're looking head on. So things get a tiny bit squished and moving at high speed. It's true. And as we get to this point, it's at a completely different angle because the torso is rotated. So stuff like that is going to help you kind of cue the viewer into what's going where. Did you? With the horizon line, is that what you mean? Or did you actually just mention that and I forgot? I do like the hair change. Okay, last frame. And I want to divide this more or less into half. So from here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 actually divides really perfectly in half. But I want this to have like a couple of rest frames where stuff's gonna bounce. So I'm gonna go like half would be 1, 2, 3. So this is 1, 2, 3. This would be half. The meteor hammer is actually going to hit the frame before the foot touches the ground. I think it does hit the... Oh, it's almost at the exact same time. No, it hits the frame before. There's the impact. There's the effect of the impact. There's the bounce. So by the time the foot fully settles, the meteor ball will have started its ascent towards the heavens. So we want a couple of frames to shift the foot as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to make this frame right here. This is going to be our other extreme because it lands, and then we want the rest of the frame to kind of shift the foot over. So like the last frame is going to be like this, okay? So that's going to work. This foot stays the same, exactly the same. This frame, when the meteor ball is falling away. Okay, and then we'll use the rest of the frame data. Does his heel move up? No, it doesn't. That's just the effect of the pants. It looks like the heel is moved. It does shift balance, but I probably will... Actually, I'll add the heel roll because I think that's really interesting. his journey to utter distraction. Exactly. Exactly. So the heel is going to roll slightly. Bam. That's where I want that frame to be. Cool. Nice. Starting to see how all these little things, rope, hair, and mat, come together. So much greater picture. Just joined already, the perfect fun quote. What is it? What did I say? I'm scared because I don't remember what I say. What did I say? About halfway between here and there. This is where we want the foot to be. The other foot. Mods, kill that man. Very normal things as always. Missed it twice? What do you mean? Excellent. Excellent. Black Tea extra killed that man. Black Tea, can you use the marker command? Which one is it, Kit? It's like /marker. Comment about details. Comment about details. No, I saw it. I read it. And then add so much picture. So /marker puts a marker down for the editor or the streamer. It's like, this is where this section begins. This is where this section begins. Oh, okay. Might have to add you. I don't know. We're wondering if it would. You probably have to be like an editor role. It is really fun how animation and art in general is one of those things where like it takes a lot of efforts to make things good, and like the details are very nice. Don't get me wrong, the details are fantastic. But the real beauty of it comes from the big picture of stuff. So if we're looking at both of our extremes, 2, 7, no, this one, 16 to 3, I think. Oh, 225. Interesting. How does the head change? The head does shift more towards the center, but not by much. It's the thing, the shoulders are the thing that changes the most. Speaking of, did I take that into account? I didn't. Did this shift up a ton? No, it didn't. Interesting. So this is more of like a shift down. Okay, so we're going down at the end here. Interesting, interesting. Details coming together really obscure how easy and comprehensive of a process it all is. Yeah. It's important not get lost in the sauce. Exactly, exactly. Because we're trying to get the motion, right? So there are, yes, a lot of moving parts. And it is kind of just me picking and choosing which parts I think are the most important. But when it comes down to it, the artist's eye is the thing that decides what is the most important, right? So, at the end of the day, you get to decide what details to focus on. Just make sure you keep one. Did I start this practice doing? What did I start doing for this practice for? Has that focus changed? Am I okay with that? And for me, if that focus changes, it would not be okay, right? Because I'm running out of time. So it centers the shoulders, drop a significant portion. Bonk, 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 bonk. I'm sorry. I am printing the duck truck. Those are the parts. Looks like it's about 30 minutes until this first kit finishes. This first card kit finishes. It's more of like a settle. So it's definitely lower, but I'm not going to see that until I guesstimate it. So let's just kind of guesstimate and see the motion. This is real bad, but we're fine. It's okay. We can fix things. We just want to see how this lines up. Ma'am. This might be a bit much. So where did this belt thing come from? I don't remember anything else. Oh, that's just like they have a pouch on their leg. Interesting. I'm going to ignore that for the purposes of this animation. 30 minutes until I finish? No, well... If Kit had it... Kit's OnlyFans stream title, 30 minutes until I finish. I don't know. Listen, all right. Purposes of this animation. Sure. Hush. We are doing figure study, basically. Whole line is more upwards like this. Same thing with the shoulder. Bum, bada, bum, bada, bada, da, bum, bum. I think that this head needs to be more to the right. And because of that, this entire, well, not this section here, needs to get moved more this way. Because this head is going to be more or less over where the body and the leg connect. that's a more reasonable change. This is getting a little stiff in the shoulder, but we can fix that later. Let's get the rest of this in. Mostly with the head, because I don't like the head at the moment. Right? And then this shoulder needs to come way down. And then that actually turns in here. We can get rid of this line because it's not really doing anything for us. Same thing with this line. This is actually more of a... I want this arm more to the right here. And I'm going to do that by shifting this. Not necessarily the arm, because the arm's I think the hand's in the right place-ish. There needs to be a little bit more change. But... So Sprung, I might attack you live on stream if I get the attack ready until then. That'd be fun, yeah! It's always the same playlist, isn't it? Yes, it is always the same playlist. Why? Because I'm not going to get copyright struck on this playlist. There is supposedly... How long is this playlist? I don't know how... There's a way to tell you... It's 9+ hours of music, and I always hit shuffle and I always hit repeat. So... We have... We always start with the same song, but, you know. Oh, I know Marcus. Maybe that's not the same Marcus that I know. It's on certain days. We'll see if we nailed the stomp. We will see. Let's, more importantly, see if we nailed the shoulder. Because right now that's going to carry a lot of the weight of the counterbalance. Because as this as this person has moved the leg up, you see a lot of the body going to the left, right? And bam, foot goes down, and this entire shift with the shoulder brings it all back to the center. So while the head stays forward, so that they have more of like a, what's it called? More of like a this kind of position. So this is where the torso kind of ends up. Oops. No, that's not right. Ignore this. Hold on. Let me get the head working a little bit better here. While this is how the torso is looking, right, from the side perspective, right? It started out like this. Looking down, but then the other shoulder was like this. And so when, right? This is the stomp motion. And so when this shoulder brings it back down back here, we need to really capture this kind of sense of bringing the whole thing back down. The Owie videos so many times. Already get out, but Owie hasn't played today yet. But yeah, Black, have you seen the full video of this? This is the animation we're running. This is the animation study we're doing. This is what we have so far. We're almost done with all the keyframes. It's good. It's good. I like it. I've liked this guy's videos a lot. I think they have a really fun thing going on. Hi. Cool, 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 cool. Bam, bam. This probably needs to be a little bit more like this. Only the Void has control over that. Want to animate too, seeing you do it? But maybe I'll post the gif of this, or do like some sort of like short, and then I'll at Densei with it. Be like, thanks as always for the cool animation references. That'd be fun. I think it's always fun to do animation. I wouldn't recommend starting with something like this. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of perspective. There's a lot of anatomy. There's a lot of like posing happening, right? I'm using a lot of like things to make it look like a lot. I still think I don't like this hair too much. But I don't have the volume anymore here that I had. Process of what I'm doing is changing, and I don't think I'm okay with that, so I should stop. I kept the volume about right. That's too much. That one. Hey, how's it going, Tinfoil? Do Blumenek next? Wait, what? What? Well, I'm scrolling back up. The hell is going on? Only the Void has control over that. 1, yay. 2, no, I don't have. I missed that. Awesome. I missed what that would be awesome. Oh, if I could make the short and call them out with it. Yeah, that would be really cool. Start with something like this because I love to suffer. Then animating is hard. Well, I was showing Kit the, what's it called? The thing. If you want to do something that makes you suffer, but also it feels like it'd be a challenge to you, because I understand where you're coming from, where it's like if it's not a super challenging thing, I don't really feel like I want to do it as much. Something smaller I would highly recommend would be something like this. So I did this in Alpaca to see if I could do any animation in Alpaca, how I would do it. Personally, wasn't as much of a fan. I still prefer animating in Clip Studio. That's just the way it is. I don't know what Blumenek is. What is Blumenek? Yeah. And all I'm doing here is I started with a thumbs up and I transitioned to the face down. And I was like, okay, the challenge now is going to be how can I do some sort of motion blur to get back to where I started, right? Blue artist plot of animation, so I quit. That's not how that works. But yeah, so the basically all I did was I took a thumbs up and I animated forward, which is kind of frame by frame until I got to the hands down, which is what I wanted to go to. And then I was like, okay, now I want to make it so that the hand kind of like goes and wobbles and comes back up. So I kind of just did those frames and I just kind of figured it out, I guess. Bonks you. Don't make fucking walk cycle. We were actually talking about walk cycles, right? Was it? No. A walk cycle here. You can do some funny ones. I think the problem with walk cycles is that they're so they're bland, right? They're kind of like a quote unquote solved thing. It's like the Loomis method, but for animation, right? Oh, this is how you do a walk cycle. Here's your 8 frames. There's the up, down, all that stuff, right? You can do them pretty easily. You do a 4-frame animation like this. I think this is either 4 or 6 frames. Might be. The McDonald's of animation tutorials. Yes, basically, right? Did this animation study on my phone. I have another one on my phone that I should probably share at some point that I really enjoyed how it came out. This one is the same character, but I did it on the computer instead. This is the one that I used for my animation background, right? So I like the butt. It's a nice butt. You didn't get me onto the Loomis slander. This is the first time we're talking about Loomis. It's okay. It's not that I dislike the Loomis method. I think the Loomis method is a fine way to approach drawing heads. I think that any structure in art is kind of bunk, right? Because what tends to happen is, well, your walk cycles have such perfect weight. Thank you. I appreciate that. That last one was a 12-frame walk cycle, so it wasn't like a 24-frame. So that's what I really like. It was how I maintained the volume with the arm turning in that one. Thank you, thank you. Did we yesterday? I don't remember. I think I was also talking about it the same way. The problems that I have with oh wait, I have a deer walk cycle that I never finished. Am I going to be able to share that? This is one of my very first walk cycle things that I've ever done. Yeah, so this is my first ever attempt at a walk cycle, and the character is, let me pull up OBS so I can show this. The character was supposed to be Sabu's satyr boy, right? It's not the best, and this is like 3-ish years ago, I think. 3-ish years ago. So this is on ones. And then I think this is, did I ever finish this? No, this is just the funny thing that I did. So this is on 1s. This is doing it on 3s. This is on 4s. And let's make sure I'm not grabbing anything that's gonna get me banned. Yeah, and then this is on 1s again. So I'm not getting a ton of... What I was trying to do was capture the hip movement from the side. And you can see in the red and the leg for the blue that I have those things. I never went back and finished this. This is about where it ended up. The Goblin Demon? Yeah, the Imp. That was fun. I did that with Lazy Snout. We were doing some stuff together and we did that one. Okay, I think it's this one. I really wanted to do a front flip animation. I never ended up finishing it. I think I did. Hold on. This is also so good. You really see improvement. Yeah. So there's this one, right? And then there's on 3. Yeah, okay, so this is like my first animation ever, technically, sort of. I still haven't finished it, and I didn't finish it, right? I was kind of animating straight ahead. And I wanted to, I did the backflip, and I wanted to come out with like a little award that said, "You tried." You can see my timing on the box isn't great. Goes, the confetti comes out, and then like a little thing is supposed to come out in the middle in a spring that says, "You tried." Yes, this is my first. It took a lot of time, right? I like the spin on the guy, this when he like lands and then spins around. I think that's my favorite part, personally. But because I like the way that the leg kicks out and everything. And you can, he looks like, if you look at the chest, he looks like he's out of breath from doing the front flip. Watch. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Not really. It just, I invested a lot of time into it, and a lot of things I didn't like learn, right? There's still some anatomy stuff that I don't really know here. Like I'm making up for it by the fact that I'm just drawing like an armature for a character instead, right? So I have the distances and the proportions pretty good. The jump in perspective was completely by accident, right? This is one of those things, right? He was supposed to just do a regular front flip, but then it kind of got smaller, and then I was like, as I was doing this, because I'm animating straight ahead, which is every frame is like based on the frame before it, not with the direction that I'm going. And so it kind of just ended up being a front flip in perspective. And then after that, I was like, let's do this spin thing, because I like the spin thing. And I was like, oh, I like the idea of the box. Let's have him jump over a box and do. This was, if I can look at how old this was. So I have the Clip Studio thing right here. Properties. This was created in 2021 in December, and it was last accessed or last modified June 11th of 2021. That's not correct. What? That doesn't make sense. Properties. December 18th. And then, so I think what's happening is my computer crashed and I lost everything on the hard drive, but then I paid a fuck ton of money to get all of my stuff back. And so that was what happened with that. I'm trying to see if I have any other animations here that I can show off. I think I have one other one. Where is it? It's the deer walk cycle. Could have sworn I had another animation somewhere here. Maybe not. Oh yeah, this tiny ass ball, right? Like, try doing ball stuff. And this one's kind of hit or miss. because it's got a lot of turning to it. I don't really understand what I'm doing. So there's some concept of like transfer of energy, transfer of momentum, squash and stretch. But it's not exactly, you know, it struggles from a little bit more understanding than I would like. Not enough, as much understanding as I. So this was 4 years ago, yes. So metadata got goofed, all that stuff. It's one of those things where it's like, I don't know exactly when. That sounds about right, because I was doing it more or less getting out of college, university stuff. What else do I have? That one's porn. Can't show that. That one's porn. Can't show that. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Everything else is not a GIF. All right. So back to this. Hopefully I can finish it really quick. My bamboo printer is going to actually finish in like 6 minutes. So all I'm going to do is pop it off, and then I'm going to start the next one. And then you guys got to tell me when it's done printing so that I can move over to shift that off. All I'm going to do is pop the things off and then do that. Back to the animation though. We want to change this because we want it to go up and over the leg. So we don't necessarily need to have a ton of stuff. This is not the exact same place as the other one, but the hand for the other one is going to set, and this hand is going to instead come out from like here, which is fine. And I think it does need to shift a little bit to the right. Just a teensy bit though. That looks better to me. Okay, so if my thing will work, the hours did flew by pretty quickly. We are pretty close to kind of finishing up more or less. I want to do some more tracking of the what's it called? A little bit more tracking of the shoot of the ball where it was spinning, but it's not as vital or critical, I think, to me at this point. I would like to undo the rope. Not that far back though. Ba-bum-ba-bum-bum. So if I get the timing for this, I do kind of want to get these last frames, but I don't care too much about the walk up, right? The walk up is fine and whatever. What matters is that we have a little bit more understanding. Maybe I'll do a little bit of the leg kick up. All right, and then we'll have the ending frame, which the ending frame, I don't think the head shifts too much. Oh, the head does. It does all the way back up. Interesting. It's a completely different animal. Well, it's a different thing, right? Because I don't sit there and try to make the animation look like it's made with no line confidence, right? So me doing the rows, which is like a 2-second animation where I'm doing every single frame, which is 24 frames total, and I'm trying to make every single frame look like it's made with sketchy lines. It's very, very hard to accomplish when I never practiced that. Don't do that. Never animated a rose before, right? Never tried to do the hue shift, right? It's fucking, it is a whole different beast when I'm just trying to do a couple of keyframes and then make the animation look good enough, right? Because what's it called? Oh, son of a bitch. The word are coming to my mouth, I swear. Animation is not always frame by frame, right? Unless you're Disney, very rarely do you do every single frame. What is more important, because people will sit and rest and do nothing, right? So these animatics that have big pauses in it and then some motion is just as valid as animation when you're trying to make something believable as something that every single frame is brand new. Honestly, sometimes it can hurt because when things are still and silent, right? It is a lot easier to kind of see a character be still and at rest. And it's sometimes more emotionally impactful than having the character be jittery and moving all over the place because they're animated. So it's all about using all of the tools where they belong and and using them effectively to get the thing that you're trying to accomplish. We're going to change our animation settings a little bit so I can see both of the previous frames. Where is my onion skin settings? Here we go. The previous 2 frames. Cool. So this is the level that we're going to raise the shoulders back up, but more importantly, this is the level we're going to raise the head back up to. So the foot shifts over to here, and the back foot also shifts, I think, right? No, the back foot doesn't shift, the back foot rolls. So by the last frame, it's kind of like this. So I don't have to worry about the back foot here. I'm going to assume that that's going to be fine. It's good enough, I think. I think I'm losing a little bit of volume. Might exaggerate here, just a little tiny bit. Yeah, that kind of gives it a rolling motion. All right. Once again, we're going to draw the head because the head is staying the same. It's just shifting upwards with the shoulder. Yes, the head is almost exactly the same. So that's enough for me to be like, this is a good starting point. We can just shift it, frame shift it later. Trying to keep the volume the same, but we're having the textures changing on the outside, so it's kind of Okay, now we just kind of want to put it in the same place as, not all of it, just this bit, in the same height, shifted to the right as the other had. So that's going to be our top and our bottom. Old school. How are you keeping track of the layers? Old school? What do you mean keeping track of the layers? How are you still sane? Ah, yes. It's very cute that you think that. It is not easy. You kind of just, that's why I recommend start with something simple that you're gonna like see everything and do it, right? It's a mixture of like, you never want to just draw with onion skin on. You see me turning it off like regularly. Exactly. No, you see me turning onion skin off and on. It's good for a couple of things. Onion skin is good for getting you the general idea of where the position should be, so it speeds things up. But if you try to trace with onion skin, you're gonna get something that doesn't work. It's the wrong thing. That's just unfortunately how it is. So you don't use onion skin for like getting the line right or tracing it. If you want to get the line right or the volume right, you're flipping back and forth between these two things for the most part. And so it's kind of just like pushing and pulling, where it's like a spot the difference game, right? When I'm using onion skin, I'm not really looking at details. I'm looking at yeah, this onion skin, right? It's called this because when you shine a light through an onion, you can kind of see through the layers. So it's like you're skinning an onion, right? You have multiple page on top of the light source. It looks like onion, right? That's why it's called onion skin because of that. You never want to use onion skin for your volumes. You'll get fucked up volumes if you do that. Describing your floor. What's an onion skin? Yeah, sort of. The reason why you flip back and forth is because the best way to see how something works in motion is to put it in motion. Everything that happens in your head still happens, right? So it's a mixture of like, I'm looking at my reference, I'm also looking at where everything else is, sort of a deal. Because the meteor hammer is such an important part of this scene, and I love the way that it's curling. Whee! Bounce. I'm just gonna grab that for the most part. And kind of give some like semblance that it's rotating. It's mostly, I'm just doing a figure drawing, and then I'm double checking whether or not that motion feels normal. And ultimately you can like play it. And this is one of those things that it's only gonna feel normal once we have all the in-betweens to get it. So I'm just kind of flipping back and forth between these because this is one of those slow progression things. We're having a bit of a problem here in the sense that these lines, like here, this line is above the previous line, so it's no longer meshing. So there we go. Now it looks more like that. And then this foot is now returned to the position in the front. We need to change this, so we're going to change this. Basic forms from day 0 to day 1000 drawing. Exactly. Wax on, wax off. Remember, you will always be waxing on and waxing off. I wax myself off maybe 3 to 4 times a day. Never accept escape boxes. Exactly. They will be there forever. They will outlive you. There's a really fun saying that I've heard tossed around for trumpet players. I can't remember who said it, but It goes something like this. If you go to practice your trumpet, some days you win, you feel pretty good about your stuff. You get all your forms done, you think you sound good, and it's like, I had a good day. I won today. So other days you'll go in, you're just having a rough day, none of the sounds will come out right, you're squeaking places you never did before, some stuff is just fucking terrible. So you lost the day, right? The trumpet wins. You know, the goal is to kind of have more good days than bad days. But, you know, you go on and off. Some days you win, some days the trumpet wins, and then you die, and the trumpet wins. Remember, the boxes are always going to win. They're going to be here before you, and they're going to be here long after you. You should take it from a humorous side, I think. I think the humorous side is always funnier. But it's also one of those things that, like, it's really inspiring how a lot of these things will live beyond you, right? If you have a trumpet, an instrument, you can pass down that item. That item will live to torment your predecessors. Or it tormented your predecessors, and it will torment your post-successors. Post-successors? Raised on Twitter. I mean, there's nothing wrong with Twitter, right? I mean, there's a lot wrong with Twitter, but what I mean by that is a lot of people will be like, oh, Twitter is the end all be all, right? Humans are going to be humans anywhere, right? I think when people get so caught up in being like, oh, I can't believe this generation destroyed the thing that I love. And it's like, bitch, you did nothing to protect the thing that you loved. The thing that you loved was dying because you didn't want to be a part of it anymore. This foot needs to be more forward and to the right, I think. I can probably just drag it. The world is so absurd that you just gotta laugh at it sometimes. I'm gonna shift this over to the right a little bit. Alright, let's take a look. Okay, cool. So here we're going to mostly just focus on the in-betweens in this last section, right? So there's a lot that happens between here and here, right? Mostly this arm is going to go up, this leg is going to come up, and this ball is going to come down, right? But the foot is going to interact with the rope as it goes up. So we can kind of just go in the in-between. Turn on our onion skin. Change our onion skin settings so that we don't go insane. Cool. And so now we're just worried about where we're coming from and where we're going. It's hard for Hades. Never escaped. What do you mean? I missed the joke. I'm sorry. I'm so bad at realizing the joke. Oh, did the thing print? The thing finished printing. Hold on. I gotta go. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Maho, you must entertain me. Entertainment protocol throughout. Good dog. Entertainment protocol is done. Maho always entertains. Alright, let's start the next one. This one. Maria floating cantilever. What do you mean that's a floating cantilever? No, it doesn't. What do you mean? Whatever, it's fine. This is gonna take another 3 hours to print. What? Oh, hold on. Gas. Gas. Okay, cool. I'm sure this will work fine. Yep. All works. Does it show up that it is not? Interesting. Okay, cool. Hit the play button. We'll see this thing run in a second here. Back to our regularly scheduled stuff. Maho actually engages with the chat. I like to think he does read every single message and then he just chooses to ignore it. So we're gonna do this in between, and I'm going to see if I can get away with stuff like, so the foot needs to be in between here and here. So we have an arc like this, right? That means the foot must be somewhere along that arc. But I think that they don't do that. They raise their knee first. Yes, they raise their knee first. And then they reach up to grab it. So this is only like the knee comes up to the maximum and then the foot extends outwards. So we want to grab this shape, right? More or less. We want the knee to be almost to where the leg is. And then, yeah. Take a quick look. Kind of, I'll know more when I have more of it in place. So we're gonna keep going forward. This is also why it's important to do studies, is because my first assessment was to be like, oh, they're going to take the knee, or they're going to take the leg, and they're just going to swing it up, right? Until it gets to this position. Actually, what happens is they go from this position of the foot there. Oh my god, that's too many clicks. To knee up. Which if you do martial arts, I guess this wouldn't be too much of a surprise. Like that. You can kind of understand like objects moving through space on trajectories, but when the object has its own autonomy, it's very hard to understand how something moves. I think this is something that people, when you start animation or just start in studies, this is what a figure drawing helps as well, right? You don't know necessarily how people will rest. Like you think, how would somebody sit in a chair? And you're like, oh, okay, they're gonna sit in the chair with their arms out like this, right? Head doing this, legs. This is how people sit in a chair, right? Wrong. False. Small brain. People sit in chairs like this. They sit in chairs like weird little freaks. If you've ever sat in a chair, or you know somebody that's done this move, this is a classic right here. This is how people sit in chairs, right? And if you told someone, this is what a chair looks like, how do you think this person that is shaped like a chair would sit, right? They do not sit the way that like people are supposed to fit in things. People sit like weird little freakazoids, right? When I was young, my mom took a picture one time of how I slept. Because I was literally, every single limb was contorted to a different angle and folded in a different way. And I was like, I was just really comfortable. I don't know what you're talking about. This is why studies from life are so important, both animation and, you know, in your drawing. Because the human experience is not a logical one, right? Anyone who tries to tell you that is trying to sway you to the side of fascism. Harsh but fair. Um, oops, wrong frame. One of the time my teacher called me in class and asked me why I was sitting the way I was sitting. Exactly, right? One of the things I see on Proco does a great one on why you should do life studies, drawing from life. It's because the guy, there's a short, and the guy's like, this lady was just sitting on the chair on the bus, right? And this is the bus seat. And underneath, she's just like kind of sitting, watching a video on her phone. And underneath, you can kind of see that her feet are tucked in underneath each other. So this one's on this one, and this one is doing this little number here, where it's actually resting on the floor with like a bend, right? And like, this is just, people are strange in every single way. And that's what makes it fascinating to us when we watch movies, when we see actors, when we see paintings and drawings, is because the most fascinating thing to a social animal is another one of its kind. It's another social animal. I have a phrase in my native language that explains that and is essentially translates to having a bad stomach. What is it just because you can't sit in the right position? Oh, this isn't. I want this to be hard. I want this to be soft. Sleeping like you're possessed. The stomach sleeps for me. You mean the stomach speaks for you? No, the stomach sleeps for me. See, does this... I'm not super sold on this whole section here yet. Cool. So the one thing you can kind of do with this whole onion skin thing when you do this betweens is you can kind of just grab the shapes and the volumes by going in between stuff. Stuff that's like soft, like hair, you can kind of just like futz through. Stuff that's hard, like skin, bones, and stuff like that, you just draw right in between. As long as you're keenly aware of how these shapes are supposed to take form, right? And don't forget to double check. Ultimately, you want these forms to flow into each other. So the most important thing isn't that you got the transition right. It's whether or not sorry, it's not whether or not you got the space in between the lines correct. It's whether or not it feels like it's going from one to the other. So this does feel, I kind of maybe want to do this to make it a little bit sharper. Yeah, it works for me. Yep. All right. We also need to bring shoulder up. This is coming to there, and this is coming up to here, more or less. This point is coming up here, so it's going to be more or less there. Because this is moving this much, this is going to be moving this much. Ah, see, I'm reading something wrong in here. Yeah, I'm reading something very wrong here. So this is the arm, because the elbow is here now. Is this transitioning fine? I think this is transitioning fine, because this is climbing up the elbow. So the elbow is there, but the arm's kind of in here. As it transitions, this is going up. So what I need to do is have this elbow rotate outwards as I'm doing this. So that this line, I'm going between this line and this line. So I need to find the middle where they cross, more or less. Going from this wrist to this wrist, just right here. This thumb to this thumb, it's about right here, more or less. I missed 3 hours. I didn't get a notification. Oh, hey Turtle, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. We're doing I guess this isn't really a warm-up anymore, but if I finish the emote after this, then I guess I can still call it a warm-up. It's more of an animation study. Next time for a warm-up, I'll do like a 1-second thing or something. We gotta build up slowly. This is probably something that's taking way too much time. I do want to finish this because I think it would be really good to like share it with somebody. And by somebody, I mean the person who this is the original animation of. Right, not the original animation, it's the original drawing of the fella. Probably just do one in between for all of these. This is foreshortening, so when I'm thinking about foreshortening, I'm looking at this cylinder to this cylinder. This cylinder to this cylinder, right? They're both connected to the shoulder, and all I'm doing is drawing this line between them, right? So I'm thinking about how this shape moves in space between these two locations. And there's not many ways you can do that for a shoulder, right? So it's going to be more or less right here. So I think the foot is actually a little bit more level with the torso. So maybe I don't want to draw it like this as much. No, it still needs to come up to like here. Yes. Did my line size go up? Could have sworn I was at 15. I think that's probably fine. Ah! All right, let's take a look. This does have it as a lot farther out though. So I kind of want to lean more into the reference than I do want to into like my own understanding of physics, right? Because the reference is real, my understanding of physics is tumultuous at best. I'm printing a duck. foreshortening, my biggest nemesis since perspective. You screamed is how I'm feeling right now. Also, hey Turtle. What are you working on, Black Tea? Okay, cool. I'm trying to do some speed lines happening. To do that, I want to make sure that I'm grabbing from this position, the blue, to this position. So from here to here. Nah, I don't like that too much. I don't think this is an in-between that's going to benefit from that kind of, what's it called? Blurring. Your attack. I feel like the more I'm futzing with it, the worse it gets, but also I keep seeing mistakes in areas that I don't like. Well, it's always going to be that way. 1 second. Maho has decided he wishes to be above now. As above, so below. So let me get Maho in place. Oops. Oopsies. All of my stuff. but still so bright. There you go. Alright, so what does this look like? One, two, three, four. Oh. Let's do it in between here first before we do anything else. Because this one's going to be the fun one. Where this is going to slide. So it's pretty much just like a straight ahead slide. Basically, this is going to be easier because it's going to be just a slide. So I just have to worry about in-between stuff. I don't necessarily have to worry about a lot of the other stuff. And now if I want to look at how this thing bounces, it has a pretty cool arc. If I remember correctly. It goes spin, spin, spin. It kind of just goes up an arc. So halfway between hitting it and bouncing off is actually 25, 8, so 4 plus 7 is 12, right? No, 4 plus 7 is 11. Halfway is about 5, about 30, so about here. Yeah, it's about, I'd say 70% of the way to its maximum height. Cool. Have the rope like this, so we know that it has to come to about here. I might change some stuff because I want the hand in position first. This is dissolve coagulates. What does dissolve coagulate? What? This is How to Train Your Dragons, isn't it? Yeah, it is. What's going on? Oh, did you just find out about the clip badge? Figured it was something like that. Oh, hey, thank you for the 5 bits. Good night. 6 bits. 6 bits. Hope you sleep well. I'll probably not finish this or the emote today, but you know, it was a fun ride. It was a fun ride. It's gone. I can attack because no one can save. Is that how that works? Alright, let's take a look at it. Not bad. You can definitely add some in-betweens to the walk cycle to make it a little bit smoother. But as far as like getting the foot shot going, I'm really happy with that. Here it is. Owie! Also because you wanted to get it over with. Alright, let's take a look if you've already sent it. If that is your real goal. Perfect. It's crystal colored now. Nope, nothing has been sent yet. There it is. Nice. You were here for the owie. How many frames is there? 1, 2. There's 2 frames in between here. It's gonna. This is where we're gonna see the blur effect. So I'm gonna put it here on the closer one. So this is the extreme. 17 and then 25 is the max. Somewhere here-ish. It's kind of, this is what I want to grab for this in between. Whoop. Ah. I'm trying to move my butt so that I don't suffer from butt pain again like I did yesterday. I was in the chair for too long animating and it gave a ton of butt pain. Great. It's unfortunate, but we're at the point where my was it shortcut tool is no longer working. Our hips are going to be more or less river flows. Okay, I actually do want to move this. More of an in-between. We're gonna favor I don't think we need to favor either side necessarily. Probably favor the next frame though. I'm digging this. For sure. Okay, so we have a lot of stuff going on here. We want this to be above the head. But primarily we want... This is going to be swinging up and over in this arc, right? So I want... We want to distort the shape. And then we're going to pick out some of these forms that we really like. On like dog or cat mouse, where it's just two half circles next to each other, how do you make it look like a smile or a frown? So, to understand that, we need to understand why it looks like a little, like two little half circles next to each other, right? Right? It comes from understanding the shape of the skull. And so the skull has this bone shape to it. And it has all the premolars and the dents and the canines, right? So to understand it in perspective is going to help us understand why it's shaped the way it is in a different perspective, right? So this is where the nose shape is going to come out. Much like you have cartilage in your nose, dogs and cats have the same sort of cartilage. And this is more of a dog shape here. We see the skin coming over. You could probably do this in a different color. Hold on, that might help. So this... And then the lips are going to come out over this. Tend to cover just barely. Depending on the breed of dog, you get some different shapes and stuff, right? Primarily, you're gonna get a shape like this, with the ears back here, or they are coming up. They are going to, please, can I draw? It's stuck on control for some reason. The ears prick up. This is your like your general canid shape. You have the cheekbone comes here, this, and then you have the masticular coming there. And so what causes this half moon shape is that these from the side go here, and then it looks like it tucks up and then comes down. So from the front, we're gonna have a very similar structure where we have the nose come around. This is just like one of those shapes that you gotta learn. And then you have the lip, which comes down and connects over the canidae. And then we're gonna have a cylinder in perspective, right? My tablet has stopped. Any second now. Cool. So while my computer fixes that, we're going to think about the mouth as a cylinder in perspective, right? And when cylinders are in perspective, what tends to happen is that they foreshorten, right? So since we have to foreshorten this cylinder, what ends up happening, right, is that as the cylinder comes in space, the back gets smaller, right? And so we're going to see primarily the nose bone for the canid. That's where the nose is going to go. Then we have the big bones where the teeth are, the small teeth. And then the canids are going to kind of come in the back. And then the lips are going to kind of come outwards in front of that. Over that, connect above the teeth, have this shape, and then do the same thing. And this cylinder in perspective, is still in the back here. So we got to connect back to it, right? So if you're drawing a dog or a cat, right? You just kind of draw this shape. And then you can just put a little side smile there. Because what's happening is in perspective, this part right here is coming up for a smile, right? Now this is anthropomorphization of the animal. Cats and dogs don't smile, right? If you're going to make it frown, you do the same thing. You just kind of put it lower than normal. And give more context clues. So for example, if you have eyes, right? Give it some like frowny eyebrows or something. That's how I would approach, like, if you're trying to anthropomorphize an animal. Furry artists do this in a lot of different ways, right? So I would always recommend using that for reference. If we're looking about just strictly the anatomy, more or less that would be how that would work anatomically and why that would work, right? So this front part wouldn't change because on humans, the part of the mouth that gets sucked up into these smiles and stuff is kind of just the corners. And everything, the form's a little bit like that, right? Huh? Why is this defaulted to some sort of... Is this not connected anymore? Oh, it's not connected anymore. What the hell? That was weird. Where frowns are less because the corners are turning down, but because there's a lack of it turning up. So when we think about a dog's anatomy, how far away these lips are, right, from this change. What we find out is that we don't actually need to do anything to them. Just kind of give it a slight raise. So the half moons don't actually change, if that makes sense. Because the semicircles are less of the ellipse itself. Does that make sense? Is there a way I could explain it better? I'm not sure. The reason why it looks like dogs smile when they are holding their mouth open is because what happens is this comes down, right? This is the jaw, the lips and stuff. And we're gonna have teeth and a tongue. What's going to happen is that this is going to come back to meet this, and like the dog is trying to keep its lips open to keep it out of the way of the panting. So there's going to be a corner pull in this direction. And so this is going to kind of get pulled back, but straight. And then the last bit is going to open up. Where is this? Cool. Yeah. So for me, it always helps to understand why things look like the way they are. If you want to make something smile, usually you just take the corners and you point them upwards. And for dogs and cats, the corners are actually not here at all. This just looks like the corner because it's what's in front. The corner is way in the back here. So oftentimes what's going to happen is the circle is going to be covering up a lot of what's happening in the background. Right. Anyway, that's enough of that. I wonder if that'll fit into a short. Probably not. I probably was rambling for like 5 minutes straight. Or half an hour? I think probably half an hour. Is it really? I feel like I could have done way better with that. There was a lot of stuff fucked up with the eyes and skull plates and things. As I was looking at it, I was like, that's not right. But, you know, the lips were the thing that mattered the most, so I wasn't going to get too hung up on it. Plus the teeth locations are in different places and everything, so. Anyway, back to this. We're trying to pick out some forms to show that this is moving at grande vitesse. It should be more curved, because right now I'm flattening it. Could you send the attack in Discord too? Ooh, let me see. Help me understand that perspective so much. Second. It is one of those things where it's like, it's really hard to understand the world in cylinders, because just drawing the cylinder is not going to help. You draw a cylinder, and you're like, okay, how do I put the nose on this, right? The spacing for all this is still bunk, right? You still need to do a whole bunch of like anatomy, like, okay, well I did the nose here, but now the mouth is here, but is that the mouth here? Like, there's a lot to unpack and understand. I definitely think that the anatomy stuff helps you understand the world in cylinders, not that the cylinders help you understand the anatomy. Let me see. Let's see. Attacks. Yo, okay, well, I guess this technically isn't on screen, but it's fine. I love it. It's so dramatic. So fucking dramatic. It's fantastic. It's beautiful. Focus on the belly button and nothing else. It's very nice. I really like the way that you've done the coloring on this. You have a great job of getting a lot of reflected light on the under stuff, as well as on the top. You're doing a good job of showing form with just the lines, and I can see that you're having some value shifts to depict where the collarbone is, right? So where light is being reflected from different places. So you're putting a lot of thought into what the light is hitting and reflecting into the viewer. It's very good. It's very nice. It's so lovely. I love it so much. It's so good. Owie. Fantastic. Fantastic. Oh, this is the wrong thing. Stream quotes. Post accessors? Oh my gosh. You guys are so silly. Peach Momoko signed under exclusive Marvel contract due to the new collab about DC characters. I saw this earlier. It was announced in what's it called? Absolute Martian Manhunter. Okay, golly gee, I want to finish this, but I don't think I'm going to be able to. Colors might look a bit muddy in some places, but I never did anything like that. I'm glad you stepped out of your space. I would recommend trying it. I think it's really good. I think it's really good, at least. It looks like you've learned a lot from it. So I don't know if that is something you feel like. Hey, how's it going, Fozzie? Fozzie Pookies. How's it going, Fozzie Pookies? Hope you're doing well. We are ending here pretty soon, in about 20 minutes. But we're trying to go through this animation quick as we can. Doing our best. Not getting a lot done, but we're doing our best. Watch a bunch of tutorials for this shit. Yeah! It looks like you did a really good gesture, and then you modified it to match. So I think that's a really cool skill to learn. Oops, that's incorrect. I think I might be going a little bit hard on this. I think the whole point is that because this is the end point, it's visible, right? The other way is the other way around. We are doing an animation study, so here's how we've got so far. And on the left here is the video that we are watching to kind of get the idea. So we're just grabbing extremes and in-betweens for the most part. I might finish this later today, I might not. Probably not. I'm going to grab... Where was it? Pretty sure that this is right. Yeah. This is also an incorrect placement of the rope. No, 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 no. Let's move this out of the way for now, because I really like how this came out. And instead, let's do the placement of the foot. The biggest motions should be at the end, spaced randomly apart, getting smaller as it gets down lower. Cool. I don't want to just watch this section here to see how I'm getting all of the balances and everything. Yeah, this is good. I'm liking this. Cool, 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 cool. Let's go ahead and fill in the gaps. This was our plan from the beginning, was to do it. I feel like that's... This is a bit off. It's kind of like they're baggy-ish pants. They're martial art gis, which is not like baggy or whatever. But it's you know. Okay, that adds a little bit more to the turn. Ah. Alright, well, I guess my thing is sad. There's like a weird bit of lag going on there. It's going from here to there. So the ball is going to be more or less here. It is getting smaller because it's going down. And then it's coming over the wrist, the hand. Yeah, thanks. We gotta end here like on time, unfortunately. Because my cousin is coming over, so I need to make sure that I have things prepped for dinner. That means walking the dog, prepping stuff for frying, and all the other junk that comes along with prepping for house guests. Let's see, what are you cooking? I'm gonna make some fried pork chops. Although the pork chops I have are a little bit old, they should be fine. They're just a week old, and the fridge is very cold, and I'm gonna deep fry them anyway, so I'm not super worried. Oh, right, of course. There is a pretty critical part to this, which is the rope. The rope dart is made of two parts, the rope and the dart. I forgot one. I want to make sure we're not losing it goes into tension here, so I want to make sure it looks like a believable amount. There we go. Slack is in the line. I'm gonna see if I can do a single frame of rest in between the foot stomp, where like the human being is like taking a second where they're like resting and they're not doing anything, and then it like transitions into the rest of it, right? Slightly old mushroom today, so it's fine. It's also made slightly old mushroom. They're not old. They're like, I got them last Friday, right? It's like less than a week in the fridge. I think the next place I would need it is definitely after the foot. Because just to like give a... Because sometimes it skips frames when it does the preview like this. Here, we're pausing. I don't mind... I don't mind the pause here so much. No, I mind it a little bit. Also, this looks kind of cramped. Sometimes it'll play correctly, sometimes it won't. What did ever go wrong with Will Meat? Oh my gosh. Fresh eternally, at least that's how I live. It's not that it keeps everything fresh eternally. What's going on is that I keep it very, very cold. Colder, I think, than most people. Right. The holding here is bad because the rope still needs to be in motion, right? Here, I don't mind the pause so much, but here is really bad. From here to here is fine. I like the way that's been playing out. What I need is for this foot to rest, the ball to move more. So in this in-between frame, we need to have a lot more connection. Because this is going to give me plenty of time to slow the ball down up here, which is going to be really good because I want this space here to take longer than it takes from here to here. So this single frame jump is good here. So I might just like, as I'm holding the foot there, we're going to move this to like here, right? And then this one up here. Alright. Well, that being said, we didn't start on time, but we are going to end on time today. Add this to the save. Click on this, make sure this saves. What else can you click on? Click on this, make sure this saves. We'll finish this, I promise. We'll finish all of the revenges before I end. Before July. I promise. I might have to skip community. I can't skip community week because that's important. But yeah, thank you all so much for coming by. I hope you had a fun time. Hope you enjoyed watching the 3D printer in the background. We had something to do more than we did before, I guess. So congratulations.